Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good evening and welcome back to Computerized Start Live. I am your host, Justin D. Morgan, and I see that I forgot to do something. I forgot to hang the dinosaur up again. One moment, please, while I look for the hang tab. Ah, there it is. Oh, not the right one. Oh, please, while I try to remember which one I hang it by. Oh, I think it's this one here. Well, that worked. It's close enough. All right. There we go. That's better. I am your host, Justin D. Morgan. And the dinosaur is back in position. All right. Meant to do that earlier, and I completely forgot. All right. So at least we got the scary dinosaur back there to remind me that there's a scary dinosaur back there. All right. Let's see who we have in the chat. We have Thomas Armstrong. Will It Pro, he asks. Hi, Thomas. We have Gut Bomb. Noticed my DVD intro. Thomas Armstrong says, Wheel of Regrets. We will get there. Took me not one, but two trips downstairs with the regrets. And I left some upstairs because those I'm saving till Thursday. And we have Sylvestron's Bits and Bytes. Hi, Sylvestron. Welcome. All right, we have the VCF East goal. Link is in the description. And before we get to everybody's favorite segment, we are going to briefly take a look at what was on the bench during Dave's stream, because I thought I would give you all a nice little project update before we get to Wheel of Regrets. But on Dave's stream on Sunday, I recapped the IBM portable personal computer. So that includes the motherboard, I think that is the parallel card, the serial card, the floppy controller, the RAM card, and the CGA card. They now all have brand new 25 volt, 16 microfarad tantalum capacitors. That is a voltage rating upgrade from the 16 volt. Actually, no, that would be 10 microfarad 25 volt, because IBM used 10 microfarad 16 volt. So I use the next voltage up. That should ensure a nice long life. I also found the 8087 that I bought back in the early aughts on eBay, the place where I buy the things I later regret. I bought that as a collectible when, in the very early 2000s, they were going for very cheap. Yes, even the gold and ceramic 8087s. And yes, that is a stamp that says IBM. So I believe that 8087 may have been pulled out of an IBM. And I am here to show you that we do not explode when I power it up. And if we go to the capture input, I am going to show you that the IBM motherboard for the portable personal computer Dave sent me is happily working. I do not have floppy drives connected to the floppy controller, so we will get a 601 error. That is expected, but we will boot into DOS. I have the XT CF Lite with a compact flash card installed. And I thought I would show everyone the board works, and we will run the check it on the math coprocessor because Dave's stream ran out of time before I could get the math coprocessor tested. So we will hit function 1 there. We will boot into DOS. And I'm going to remember that I should have skipped the boot files. Oh, all right, hold please. I need to control delete because I need to skip the boot files. Because without the memory card that's in my XT installed, let's see here. No, that will not work. That will not work without the RAM card. It's in the other computer. Actually, we can files 30, and I believe we can do that. We can run that one. 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 I don't have a mouse connected, so we don't need to do that. All right. All right. We will run check it. Which is running at breakneck speed. All right, check it does see the math coprocessor. Excellent. All right, and the math coprocessor is part of the system board test. Arithmetic functions passed. Trigonometric functions passed. Comparison functions passed. All right. That is looks like one perfectly working math coprocessor that I bought on eBay back in like probably 2000, 2001, 2002 as a collectible. Like, probably back then I was thinking, hey, look at this old chip. We have Jesse. Hi. Hi, Jesse. I83D6SX is in the chat asking, are we pro yet? Are we pro yet? Are we pro yet? Nope, we haven't even gotten to Wheel of Regrets yet because I was showing everyone where the IBM portable personal computer is after Dave's stream. Yes, the XT. Yes, the portable personal computer is the same as the XT, other than it comes in a small little package. So there we go. All right. Sylvestron's telling Jesse to don't make Justin turn this stream around. All right, there we go. So it looks like the IBM portable personal computer mainboard is in good working order. So I will have to set this off to the side. So for Thursday's stream, well, we will be looking at the IBM portable personal computer closer, including the fact that, yeah, kind of late breaking, I might be driving somewhere tomorrow afternoon to evening to go pick up something from Facebook Marketplace. And it might actually come in useful for Thursday's live stream. There's the pile of tantrums on the board. There's my bag of spare tantalums. I'm going to need to order some more. Anyways, I'm going to go set the IBM portable personal computer's motherboard aside so that we can clear the bench for the following.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our favorite segment, Wheel of Regrets. Here's your host, Justin D. Morgan.
Hey, who comes up with these titles anyway?
All right. And, all right, there we go. Had to make sure I unmuted because I like the animation to play without any background noise. All right, so the first potential regret we have comes to us from an eBay seller in Kansas. Toto, I don't think this package is in Kansas any longer. So hi to all my eBay sellers and viewers in Kansas. And we have Gyrus for the NES. So I was at a meetup late last year, and someone brought an NES and Gyrus was one of the games they brought, and they recommended it. They said the NES version was the best, so therefore I picked up a copy from eBay. All right, we won't be testing this tonight, but I did need to know where it was because I might have wanted to take this somewhere tomorrow. So that is why I went ahead and opened it. All right, so the next package is like labeled all over because it came from China. So hi to all my eBay sellers and viewers in China. Kind of means the customs paperwork and shipping label are wrapping both sides of the small envelope. We have this mystery package, which I am hoping is not what it might seem at first. All right. We have more packaging. I always wonder what customs thinks when they see these packages, but then again, I know that they'll probably just x-ray anything that looks slightly suspicious, and that will answer their question. Because in this case, if they x-rayed this mystery package... Oh, hi, we have Mike's Future Retro. Hi, Mike. Yeah, if they x-rayed that mystery package, they would see that it was an Intel... Well, they would have seen it was an IC chip, and that probably would have alleviated their fears that it was some other white thing wrapped up in plastic. But we have an Intel i287XL math coprocessor. Yay! We will actually test this when we get to the stack of motherboards that I have to test. So, all right, that is good that came in. Why did I buy the 287XL? Well, it's because the computer it's for has a 16 megahertz 286 in it, and, well, the XLs, I think, are rated to go fast enough. Of course, it'll be my luck. The motherboard won't like it. All right, so we will go on to the next package. I'm going to try to go through these quickly. This comes from an eBay seller in Florida, so hi to all my eBay sellers and viewers in Florida. All right, I think this... Now, if you're kind of wondering why I might have more potential eBay regrets now than usual, it's because I am prepping for VCF East. So, in some cases, I'm trying to finish some projects that might be part of the display. In some cases, I am trying to finish projects that I want to be part of the display. But in some cases, I'm just annoyed by projects that aren't done yet. This happens to be something that I may need for a computer that I would like to be part of the display. So we have here, unfortunately, I set it down on the table in a really bad direction for keeping it a mystery because quite clearly we have a Super Mac video card. This is the Super Mac Spectrum 24.3 graphics accelerator. It has the daughter board. So that means this particular card is quick draw accelerated. If you find this card without the daughter card, it is not quick draw accelerated. I have no idea what is on the daughter card because I don't really know how it attaches, but I'm presuming there's probably some ASIC or something or other on it that, or I don't know, mate. I don't know what's on it. There's some logic on it. But anyways, yes, it's a card. I am not quite sure how much video memory is on it. I do know that it looks quite action-packed. And I believe the eBay seller did say that they had updated the ROM to the latest version. And I do believe that looks like a newer Atmel chip. An AT27C256B. Yep, anyways, that's probably a good sign they upgraded the ROM version. So anyways, I may pull the Mac out that this is for and test it tonight. And I would like to thank the eBay seller for sending out a best offer that was quite competitive. So, not that the Mac that that's for doesn't have a new bus card in it. It has one in it that I think might not be operating totally correctly. So, anyways, all right. The next potential regret, these are in no particular order, comes from an eBay seller in Michigan. So, hi to all my eBay sellers and viewers in Michigan. I know that I have bought from this seller before. I don't quite remember what is in here. All right, you can put your imaginations to the test while I... Oh! Okay, I know what this is now. Yes, all right. So, I bought a 8087 math coprocessor because I've got that XT that I wanted to put a math coprocessor in. So I actually paid a slight premium to buy a math coprocessor that was already in the States. Not Thomas Armstrong's telling me not to try it. Yeah. That the seller tested and made sure it worked. Because there were so many sellers, especially of the ceramic and gold ones, that were like 4 parts or as is and charging an awful lot for an untested chip that they didn't want to warrant. So instead, I paid a little bit more and bought one that was tested. And then, ironically enough, when we get to Thursday stream, assuming I am successful tomorrow in picking up the marketplace item, you will see that I kind of regret ordering that because, well, you'll see on Thursday. But I wouldn't have known when I bought that I would find what I did on marketplace to pick up tomorrow. So, Cut Bomb says their goal is to sell those for scrap gold. Yes, I'm pretty sure it is. But I think I figured out that there's less scrap gold in them than they imply from their price. Anyways, I wasn't wanting it for scrap gold. I was wanting it for a functional math coprocessor. So that goes to show that, especially if I've dealt with an eBay seller before, if they have one that's tested versus saving just a little bit of money for untested, especially when I'm going for one that's the ceramic and gold one, there's a good chance I'm just going to buy the one from the trusted seller that actually tested it, because sometimes I waste a lot of time and resources gambling on things like that. So anyways, we'll actually test that tonight. I'll pull the XT out and we'll actually put that in the XT and power it up. But not at this immediate moment. I was going to get through the eBay regrets, then we'll go down the motherboards in order. Thomas Armstrong says, spare tantalums. No. Oh, what I found on Marketplace is going to be good, and it will help me on Thursday. But Anyways, all right. So this next item that I believe is an eBay purchase, but we'll see when I open it. It comes from eBay seller in Texas. So hi to all my eBay sellers and viewers in Texas. I am actually not quite sure what is in here. But I can't think of what I might have bought that wasn't a channel-related eBay purchase that would have come in an envelope like this. Oh, here we go. That's right. Oh, thank you. All right. So I am going to have to thank the eBay seller. So if you will remember, last week I opened a potential eBay regret that was a speaker for my IBM XT, and it was supposed to come with the screw. All right. So, slightly funny story, but it looks like it's got a happy ending. So, I contacted the eBay seller asking if they could send the screw. They told me that they didn't have the screws. They were slated for separate purchase or separate sale. All right. I had been watching an eBay auction, which actually turns out was from the same eBay seller, for screws for an IBM XT computer so that I could put my IBM XT back together properly, because IBM used some weird screws. So anyways, that seller made an offer, a quite attractive offer on them. So I had bought it, and it was the same seller. I thanked them for the offer. They replied back, well, we couldn't tell who we were sending the offer to, but and I accepted their apology. So there was no partial refund or anything on that original purchase. I was okay with them correcting the description and apologizing, because sometimes if the other choice is returning it, especially because I'd already tested the speaker and it worked, I decided that I was going to accept the apology and the fact they corrected the description. Because the thing is, I looked at how much the other auctions for speakers with screws were going for, and I wouldn't have been able to. I was like, okay, the apology's fine, because I was going to spend like $10 more for a screw if I'd returned that speaker. So I'm like, okay, at this point, I think I'm going to accept the apology. Well, it turns out, it looks like they found an extra screw and included it. So it looks like, in the end, being polite, got me the extra screw I needed all along. So, and there we go. And those are some of the weird screws you need to put an XT back together. So I would like to thank the eBay seller. I don't know what their eBay account name is, but Stephen Mathis, if you happen to find my channel, thank you for including the screw that was not with the speaker I bought. And I hope we can do business in the future. So it goes to show that sometimes the apology and correcting the auction listing goes a long way, and even further than an apology. So I hope we can do business in the future. And apparently Steven found a spare screw. So I have a screw for the speaker all along, and I didn't return the speaker. I didn't get a partial refund. I wasn't looking for one. I was looking for the screw. That's all I really wanted, was just the screw that was missing. So in the end, I have a working speaker for the XT and the screw that goes to it. So win. All right. Okay, moving along. Let's see here. I will go ahead and clarify as I get this next package here from an eBay seller in another eBay seller in Texas. So again, hi to my eBay sellers and viewers in Texas. All right, so I do have two potential regrets I'm saving to, one of which I'm saving to Thursday, the other of which I may I may save a little longer. Also, Tom Barber, if you happen to be watching, yes, I did receive the package. I'm saving that one to Thursday as well. Especially because the item is for the thing we'll be looking at on Thursday. So, anyways. All right. So, now, for the next item. I always keep an eye out for this particular card. Not because I really need an Apple Super Serial card per se, but I do have a number of Apple II Plus and Apple II Plus clone computers. 2 is a number that's greater than 1. And those computers use this special thing to hold the cables. So anyways, I bought this because it had this. And it was at a good price, too. So anyways. Yes, I'm trying to set it up so that I can actually have serial ports on a couple of Apple II computers, including my Apple II Plus and computer, because my computer will one day be able to do anything the Apple II Plus can do. So anyways. All right, let's see, moving along. All right, at some point I am going to open this might be the thing I'm thinking of. All right. Now, one of these boxes contains something really special. Or it should contain something really special. If it contains self-sealing stem bolts, well, I'll be a bit disappointed. All right, so this one comes from an eBay seller in Pennsylvania. So hi to all my eBay sellers and viewers in Pennsylvania. All right, well, we're off to a good start. More USPS packaging. All right. Well, it kind of looks like they cut the sealing ends off, so that's going to be annoying for potentially reusing padded flat rate envelopes. But then again, I think that's enough of the envelope. I could probably still reuse it and put something in it to mail, because I think all the post office really cares about is if it says padded flat rate envelope. I think the fact that it's like an inch shorter probably won't even faze them. I doubt they'll even notice. All right. I don't know if anyone even wants to venture a guess at. Oh, there we. Dang nabbit. The card was upside down. Well, that kind of possibly spoiled the surprise. Okay. Well, it's even more obvious. Harley777. You got a box of envelopes. Yeah, I was afraid there for a moment that it was a box of envelopes. After all, this is one of those items that we will test tonight. Full disclosure, I bought it for parts or repair. Luckily, the seller did actually show what it does when it's testing. But anyways, Harley says it looks long. Yes. If I had a tape measure handy, I would measure it. So I don't. So at the risk of any Canadian viewers saying you Americans will use anything but metric, well, it is longer than a toothbrush. It is longer than longer than an 8-inch crescent wrench. I don't know where my tape measure is. My dinosaur seems hungry. Yes, oh, hi, Christian. Welcome. Yes, I think I got it turned around a bit when I rehung it up. So yes, he does look hungrier than normal. Harley says, not CT 3990 long. Sylvester says, dude, you have a foot. All right, let's just go ahead and get this mystery solved. I was surprised no one noticed the logo on the back. All right. So I used to have one of these, although granted it was not vintage when I had it. It was actually like sometime between 2015 and 2020. I tried to put a vintage system together and utterly failed. And then I decided that I would donate it to LGR. So I'm hoping that it survived the flooding, because I really kind of would like to see him do a documentary on this series of cards. I think he wants to at some point. Or at the very least, maybe the card is repairable. Otherwise, I may end up loaning him this card if he does do the documentary and I can get it fixed. But anyways, yes. Sylvester says, oh, AGP, interesting. Yes. All right, you know this is going to be interesting. Oh, no, Thomas. No, it's not ATI. This is not ATI. Desi says, I'm listening in the background. I'm technically at work patching switches, and one is being a major pain. All right, anyways. All right, brace yourselves. I'm kind of surprised no one's not noticed something very peculiar about the back of the card to have even tried to guess which one this is. But I will give the slight hint, and then I'm going to... Christian says a 16-bit decelerator. I picked up 4 parts or repair. It's a Voodoo 5 5500. Yes. Sylvester got it. Yes. This is the dual AGP GPU from 3D FX. No SLI needed because it does intercard SLI. And yeah, and I picked it up for, well, it's for parts or repair, so it is going to need repaired. We will test this a little bit later to make sure it's still doing what the eBay sellers showed. And then I will have to probably try to find the parts. I believe... Well, no, I'll save it for testing to go over what I think it needs. Thomas says, look at those big electrolytic caps. Actually, Thomas, I believe these are polymer caps because the label is purple. Yeah, I think these are polymers. I think all these are electrolytics. And it wouldn't surprise me if they need recapped sooner rather than later. But yeah, I think these are polymer caps because they are purple. Not that that's a guarantee that it's polymer, but I think those might be polymer caps. So anyways, yes, I've been kind of looking for a 3DFX card. This was, I'll just say this wasn't the one I was expecting to get, because I wasn't exactly looking for it. I was actually looking for a PCI one that had video pass-through. But when I saw that and saw that it was an auction, and saw when the auction ended during the day, I realized there was a chance I might be able to get it for a fair price for parts or working card. All right, so this... Jesse says, I put a small wager on polycaps. Yes. All right. So this next package here. So we are down to, like, this is the third to last box, I think. So this one comes from an eBay seller in New York. So hi to all my viewers and eBay sellers in New York. All right. I don't quite remember what this is, because I think this one arrived. I think this one came in over the weekend. So it, or, no, not over the weekend. No, this was actually in my pile of cards to bring down last Thursday. Oh, thank you for, um, thank you for putting up with me having to cancel the stream last Thursday. I was trying to find a sheet of postage stamps because I had a stack of letters that needed to go out that needed postage stamps. So it was like, and I didn't really want to have to go to the post office. Actually, Christians says, joking aside, isn't the 5 series the first one to support 32-bit rendering? Yes, I believe it is. But I was also trying to design a table runner for VCF East. And while I haven't finished yet, I was making good progress on it Thursday, and I really didn't want to lose traction. Oh, yeah, I remember what this is now. So, and actually, this did come in over the weekend. This wasn't here Thursday. So, anyways, I'm almost done with the table runner. I need to convert a color to CYMK color, and then try to see if I can find some way of validating that I actually did this, use the correct CYMK colors, because the place I'm going to order the table runner from needs the artwork in CYMK colors. Which is fine. I just need to make sure I use the correct colors, because all the colors for my channel are in RGB. And I've also figured out that the Adobe apps don't quite use this. I found an online website that does a better job of converting RGB to CYMK than Adobe's apps do. So, anyways, yes. Hopefully, I will get those table runners ordered this weekend. I think I got far enough on it last week that if I order them this weekend, by this weekend, then hopefully they'll come in time. Actually, you know, let me see. Actually, I think I may show you all kind of my... Oh, actually, I may not be able to show you because I just realized it's in Adobe Illustrator format and this computer does not have Creative Cloud on it. I was about to say, oh, maybe I can show you because I kind of remember saving something in universal format, but nope, it wasn't that. All right, so what do we have here? Well, we have a box of floppy disks. All right. We're also having a moment of Justin. Justin is wondering why the purchase is different than what he thought he bought. And it's probably because I was watching 3 different eBay auctions of floppy disks, and I probably forgot which one I actually purchased. Now, there is a completely ridiculous reason why I bought these floppy disks. Oh, this is correct. There's 28 verbatim floppy disks. Oh, okay, they are verbatim. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, it looks like all the discs are there. They're high-density discs, and there's a project I have in mind where I potentially need 1 of these floppy disks. You all can't say that I don't go the extra mile to make sure that these ideas I have in the back of my head go off the way I'd like to see them. Anyways, yes, I bought this box of floppy disks because I need 1 for a video that I would like to do in the near future. I'm not going to say which one I wanted. Obviously, you can probably tell that I needed a certain color disc by the fact I only need one of these discs. So there you go. I needed a certain color disc for a video that I would like to do in the near future, and that's the only hint you're getting. Although I did need some high density discs, so they won't go to waste, assuming they're like good. There is always that risk. And the fact that it comes in a floppy disk box was kind of a nice touch. So at least I got a plastic floppy disk box. But yeah, I bought these discs because I needed one of a certain color. Was it purple? Was it lime green? Was it orange? Was it blue? Was it pink? The world may never know until I'm done with the video. Except there's probably at least one person in the chat that might be able to make an educated guess. But I think that person will probably also know that we don't want to spoil the surprise. All right, let's see here. We got 2 more boxes, and I guess we'll go for the... All right, we'll go for the open one. So this comes from an eBay seller in California. So hi to all my... Hi, GeoHam. No comment. And welcome. This comes from an eBay seller in California. So hi to all my viewers and eBay sellers in California. This is actually something I did buy because it quite possibly might make it to VCF East. Jesse says, side question, want a box for 5 1/4-inch discs? I have one for Good Home. Yes, I would love a 5 1/4-inch disc box. Because I don't have a good one. All right, so this could possibly be going to VCF East, which is one reason why I, crazily enough, bought it. I was also tired of watching this thing and thinking someone was going to buy it before I could get it. Thank you, Jesse. But we have a Pentium 3 motherboard. The observant among you might notice that this is not just any Pentium 3 motherboard, but this is an AT-style Pentium 3 motherboard. Although the reason why I got AT-style is it has to do with what case it's going in. So we have... And we'll test this motherboard. Says I've got a couple motherboards that we were going to test before I get to the Pentium Pro. So this will be one of the ones we'll test sooner rather than later. All right, so this seller was selling this motherboard with the CPU and the heatsink. Thing is, they didn't really say what processor it was. So I do not know what processor is in this board. And you know what? I'm going to keep it a mystery until we actually power this thing up. But anyways, yeah, the reason I don't know is it's a Pentium... Well, it's probably a Celeron processor. I know that much, because I don't think Pentium 3s work in a socket. But it's probably a Celeron. I just don't know what one. The eBay seller didn't say. But anyways... Yes, there is a wild and crazy reason I bought this. There is a... Given... yes. Sylvestron says, 370 on a socket. Nice. Yes. Man, I missed those Cyclone CPU coolers. Yeah, that was the other... I have to say, if it wasn't one of those Cyclone coolers, I would have been less likely to have just finally decided to buy it. That was one of the selling points. I think that's I think Thermaltake made those, so it's actually not a bad cooler. All right, and last but not least, we have this eBay package here from an eBay seller in Kentucky. So, hi to all my eBay sellers and viewers in Kentucky. All right. Now, this one... All right, this one I bought only because I've been looking for a particular processor, and for a slightly longer term project I've been trying to cook up. In fact, oh, Sad Mac. Oh, hi, Sad Mac. Yeah, Sad Mac saying, ooh, I didn't completely miss Wheel of Regrets. No, you did not. I'm hoping Gut Bomb's out there, because I think Gut Bomb's the one that's convinced me to do this little project that has kind of been a longer term project. Now, the one thing is, I have not... I will go ahead and clarify. I bought this motherboard not really because I like the motherboard so much as I wanted the CPU that's on it. I would like to use a different motherboard for the project. Capum says, if that's a VIC-20. Well, if it's a VIC-20, it's like the most horizontally crushed VIC-20 in the world, Gut Bomb. Alright, I don't know why it looks like there's wood chips in here. Quite possibly because there is some wood chips in here. Alright, I mean, that's not the weirdest thing I've received an eBay purchase in. That would be a random carpet square. That would probably be the weirdest thing, but anyways. I bought the motherboard because I want the processor that's on it for a slightly longer term project. This is not the motherboard I want to use for the project. However, this is one of those processors that I wanted to make sure it works. And in order to do that, I needed a motherboard that supports it. And, well, oh, I don't remember the eBay seller saying this was included. Huh. I have a case badge. You know what's Mad Dog? That case badge is like the perfect case badge for this project. I cannot believe that. I don't remember seeing this in the auction photo. Alright, I think this might... I'm hoping Gut Bomb realized that I just gave the most direct hint ever at what this is for. Alright, so we got the case badge. Yeah, Sylvester says amazing, yeah. Alright. Jesse says the last switch came up. Yay! Alright. Because I actually want to get an AT form factor case for this project. But kind of one of those, without a motherboard to test the processor, I was like, you know, I'll just buy this. Because the processors... I'll be able to test the processor this way. And then when I find the right motherboard, then I'll know the processor works. Anyways, we have an Asus A7 VBX-LA motherboard. I believe this is an HP OEM board. Or I got the distinct impression this is actually an OEM board for one of the major manufacturers. Especially because this is the case, the backplate. That totally really looks like from an HP or a Compaq. So it will not surprise me if we get an HP or a Compaq or some logo when we power this up to test it. But I bought this for the processor, not necessarily the motherboard, although I will keep the motherboard. It could come in handy for testing things. But I just kind of one of those, I was looking at what the processors went for separately, and that was a deciding factor in just buying the motherboard with the processor on it. And again, I wanted to make sure the processor works. Now, I will give demerit points to whoever decided to just simply cut the power connector and cut the front panel connectors off, although I'm going to leave these plugged in exactly the way they are so that I know what the pinout is in case it's wrong on the retro web. But we have a processor with, I believe, 2 gigs of RAM. So this RAM will actually come in handy. Yeah, I believe it is 2 gigs of RAM. I think it's 2 1 gigabyte modules, not a kit. The other reason I think it's a gigabyte is it is double-sided. So it is Kingston RAM. It is DDR400. So if that gives you the hint. James Owen says, that looks like the board for my old HP Pavilion with an Athlon 64 dual core. Uh-oh, now I'm getting scared that I got the wrong processor. Alright, Alright, so now that we've gone through, this is the last item. So I guess there's no time like the present to start testing items in some resemblance of an order. And I think we're going to go with this board first because now I've gotten spooked that I once again bought the wrong thing. Oh, James Owen. Oh, hi, James. Welcome. James says, oh, that would be DDR2. Didn't hear what you said the RAM was. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's DDR RAM because it just said the Kingston part number is KVR 400. So I'm pretty sure that's DDR. Okay, so maybe I did get the board and processor I'm expecting not. Yeah, because I was running into problems looking for this processor because there is an Athlon 64 processor with a very, very similar spec. So, yeah. Okay, and Sad Max saying, I wonder if the motherboard is bad. The cut connectors make me kind of nervous. Yeah, that's kind of making me nervous too. Jesse says it looks like DDR1 from the angle I'm looking at it. Yeah. Sylvestron says it's an HP OEM. All right, well, I kind of suspected it was an HP OEM board. I think both from the listing on the RetroWeb as well as just the back plate. It looked like HP. All right. So I got it plugged in. I got ATX power to it. Video. I don't have a keyboard or anything. All right. So let's see if we have any signs of life. In 3, 2, 1. Okay. Let's see if I can actually get the power connector in 3, 2, 1. There we go. All right. Well, oh, we have fan control. And, well, it's, okay. That's good. All right. Compaq was HP at this point, so kinda not surprised at the... Hello, I want you to shut down, please. Thank you. So I can plug a keyboard in. Okay, so it is Compact branded splash screen, but the copyright statement did say copyright Hewlett Packard. So this is going to be a post Hewlett Packard acquisition compact computer. And we'll go into the BIOS here. TCAM. Hi, TCAM. Yes, let's see here. Is it F1 or... Yeah, F1 is set up. All right. Yes, 3200 plus. That is the processor I was looking for. Yes, the fastest Athlon XP. Yes, I was specifically looking for it. As Sylvestron comments, really the reanimated corpse of Compact at this era. Yes, you are correct. James says Compact, not HP. Dang. Yeah. Yes. James says +1 for Wants to Live. These had a batch of known bad faster, so it may not want to start right away cold. Yes. TCAM says I have a 2500 somewhere. Same Barton core, but been slower. Yes, I was specifically looking for the 3200 plus because this is for the Mad Dog build, or at least the processor is. Because I have a Mad Dog branded heatsink, and it says it's good up to the 3200 plus. So, of course, I had to find this processor. Because if that Mad Dog goes all the way up to 3200 plus, well, obviously, if you're into the Mad Dog culture, and now I'm making this up at this point because I don't know, I'm pretty sure you'd have had a 3200 plus. I mean, come on. That's just Mad Dog, right? So, yeah, all right. So it looks like we do power up. And let's see here. Do we have... Oh, yes, we do have a floppy connector. James says, randomly found your stream and have to sub for the vintage PC stuff. Love it. Yes. So, anyways, all right. So, this motherboard works, which means the processor works. So, yes. All right. Now I've got the 3200 plus processor. But don't worry. Even though the build... Oh. Yeah, that, why didn't turning the switch off do anything? Yes. All right, so this motherboard works. The processor works. So I didn't buy this for the motherboard, but obviously I'll hold on to the motherboard. Because for the build, I want a different motherboard if I can find it. But at least now I know I have the processor for the build. And RAM. I mean, 2 gigabytes of RAM will probably be good for the build. I mean, in a pinch, I can use this board. But at least now I know I've got the processor and the RAM. And a 400 megahertz frontside bus compatible board for testing other things. So, all right. Win for this eBay purchase. Oh, and it had some IDE cables with it too. I don't need those for the build, but for reasonable length 80-pin IDE cables, definitely... Wow, that one's got a pretty hard crease on it, but all right. Definitely a nice extra bonus. So, was a bit afraid with those cut cables of what I might find, but all right, that works very nicely. All right, so next motherboard that I'm going to test is the... Oh, there we go. Yeah, James says, good test mule, especially with onboard video. Yes. So, that'll be handy for testing pretty much, I think, any socket A processor, or at least the newer ones. I guess the older ones, I got another board I could use for testing, so... Which is also actually a micro ATX. So, oh, that's right. And it's actually in my pile of boards I wanted to. Well, okay, so I already tested the board, but it does have a processor that I showed in Wheel of Regrets. I think it might have been 2 weeks ago. But I was going to pull it out to show you all that the. Why am I trying to use. Why don't I just plug this into ATX power? There we go. That's better. No need to reinvent the wheel here. All right. So, I'm going to need a stick of RAM here. Christian says, so hard to find decent K7 motherboards these days. Have a couple of processors, but no working boards. Yeah, I have a couple of socket A boards. And interestingly enough, that is like the first one I've bought. Specifically as a board. Because one of my socket A boards was actually in a case that I bought on Mercari. I was buying it for the case. It just so happened to have a board in it, and it was a socket A board. And the board worked. I was totally not expecting the board to work. So that was a nice little bonus. And that board actually goes up to, I think, 333 megahertz frontside bus. So I actually, the other day, bought an XP 2700 Plus for that board. So if I'm testing things other than processors, I have a nice little zippy processor for the board. It's a nice little MSI mini ATX. But yeah, that board just happened to work. And I think it's got an ISA slot or two on it. So kind of a nice board for testing lots of things. So, of course, I wanted a nice speedy processor for it. I'll pull that board over because I haven't shown the processor work. And then the other board I have, I actually pulled out of the scrap bin. So it was free, obviously unknown working condition. But I pulled it out of the scrap bin. It obviously needed a recap because there were bulging capacitors on it. So I recapped that board. I installed the unpopulated ISA slot. And so and that board worked. So I now also have a nice mini ATX socket A motherboard. It only goes up to like, I think only like the 200 or 233 megahertz frontside bus because it's an older board. But in that one, I have a Duron 1.3 gigahertz, I believe, or 1.2 gigahertz. And you're probably thinking, well, Justin, why do you have a Duron processor? That's not exactly a speed demon. Oh, well, for those of y'all that have subscribed to my channel for a while, I should probably now point out that the chipset on that board has built-in Trident graphics. And the Duron 1.2 gigahertz core, being in the Thoroughbred series, that would be the Morgan core. And there you go. In-jokes within in-jokes. And now you know why I have a Duron processor and one of my socket A test boards. So yeah, I have so that's actually the first socket A board I bought, but it also goes to show that, yeah. So I actually the one with Trident graphics I'll probably put in a case at some point, but I don't exactly have a case for it now. But yeah, that is kind of the nice thing about the socket A's. They're new enough that they support like large hard drives, and you can get a decently fast processor for them. Any slot A boards? No, I don't have any slot A boards. That is a gap. But So I don't have any of that generation Athlon. Where was I going with that train of thought? Oh, probably going to find a memory stick in the box of RAM that's beside me, so we can try to power this board up. All right. Fortunately, this Pentium 3 board only takes SD RAM. And I don't have to go digging for any RD RAM. So all I need to do is find a stick of SD RAM. And I believe I found a stick right here. All right, 256 megabytes. That'll be good enough for test purposes. James says some of the socket A boards even got SATA ports. Ooh, that would definitely be a very nice combination. Yeah, RD RAM was. I have to agree. It seemed like a scam, but all right. Let me grab a. All right, actually, we'll test two things at once. So, there's the Voodoo card. No, we will not be testing the Voodoo card in this motherboard. I'll have to go find another motherboard. Because that card's not going in that motherboard with RAM in it. All right. Okay, let me go grab an AGP card. Well, let me grab a video card. Maybe not necessarily AGP. All right, I'll have to find another motherboard to test that Voodoo card. Obviously, one that doesn't have RAM behind the AGP slot. All right. There we go. Yeah, it's a Trident video card, if anyone's wondering. I can plug in video cables. All right, I'm going to have to find the power. All right, I may have to look up the manual for this board. All right, let me grab an AT keyboard. So if we do get this board to post, I can at least go into setup. All right. And, all right. I think I will try. I think that's power. There we go. That actually was it. And we have power. There may actually be a jumper I need to move for AT power. I may have to pull the manual up for the board. All right. Actually, I'm probably going to have to put a postcard in here to see what postcodes it's throwing. Actually, okay, let's do this logically. Okay, let me first pull up the manual for this board and double check that there's not a jumper that determines AT or ATX power some of these boards have a jumper, and it's possible that it won't post if that jumper is in the wrong position. We'll also double check that I am actually using the correct header to jump the power on. All right, documentation, user manual. See here, amazing ways to power on the PC system. That is the actual section in the manual. Power button, or keyboard, password, or hotkey. See, before you can connect either AT or ATX power. When the ATX power is connected, there are many ways to power the system on. All right, so I need to go to section 3.2. Connectors. Keyboard connector. All right, I'm just scrolling through the manual here. Oh, this board has SB Link on it. That's nice. ATX power. Oh, okay. Well, that should actually be the correct. All right, that is the correct. Okay, that is the correct pin to jump. So I'm gonna plug in this diagnostic card. I don't know where my red one is. I've probably hidden it creatively, but this one has PCI on it. So and oh, looks like the motherboard's staying in reset. That's weird. Oh, can't see. Ah, all right. Check the. Hmm. That's interesting. Hmm. CPU fan's spinning, but I don't. All right. Let's try this the other way. Let me see if I can plug this adapter in. I'm going to plug the AT power in because then I can just use the power switch. There we go. Now, there. Now I've got a easier to use power switch. Now, if I use the power switch, all right, I saw the keyboard lights flash. This is a problem with my Trident video card. All right. Let's try something here. All right. I am once again not convinced that little postcard works in PCI slots. All right, let me see if I can once again find the location of my postcard that I've probably set something on top of and now can no longer see it. Or wait, did I put it in one of my drawers? Oh, that would have been too easy. All right, hold please. Yeah, install it. Okay, maybe this is a problem with the default settings for the BIOS. Let me go find an AGP card. It is quite... Oh, there's my postcard. Here's the postcard that I trust. It's got a speaker on it that I can plug in even. All right. Oh, there's... Okay. We've got a more basic problem than that. I just, So, we're not getting any activity at all. Restaurant's asking about caps. It might need recapped. Not something I can easily try tonight. I mean, I might have the memory in the wrong slot, but that usually won't cause a no post. That would... Let me see if I can get the... Lock it out so I can reseat it. Let me... All right. Let's see if I can get this locked out. It could be from the Plague era. I cannot get this locked out. All right. Hold, please. Let me... All right. Oh, there is a jumper. Okay, does this board have a JP1? Because there is actually a jumper for power supply selection. But the manual says if the jumper is not present, okay, which it is not, then it will automatically detect. All right. Yeah, maybe it is capped. I thought the seller had tested this board, but all right. I'm gonna replace the CMOS battery. I doubt that's it, but I have seen boards before that will refuse to post if the CMOS battery's dead. Honestly, I would think that a Pentium 2/3 era board would be past that point in computing history where a dead CMOS battery would prevent it from posting. But you never know. All right. Okay, so the board does come out of reset. All right, I really now want to remove the... All right, let me see if I can remove the heatsink so I can try to get a look at what processor it is. Make sure the processor is seated. All right, so we have an Intel Celeron, aka a Celeron, aka a celery. It looks like it is a Celeron 366. All right. Can I get the socket out now? I don't have a heatsink in the way. Trying to see if I can get the socket out. No. I do not. Why can... All right, I thought socket 1. Okay, I do not know why the socket will not come out of the slot. Fine. Okay. All right, let me look at the testing notes from the seller. All right. Tested pulled from working system includes EPS1C Pentium 3 370 slot 1 converter and Pentium 3 CPU. Except I knew that it would be a Celeron because Pentium 3s don't go in slockets. So it is a Celeron. Oh, I do have 30 days returns. Okay. James Owen says the slocket is a win in itself. Well, only if I can get it. Well, honestly, if the slocket's the only part of it that works, I paid too much. Oh, hi, Bradley. Welcome. Bradley says Pentium 3s absolutely do work in slockets. Well, then, well, Intel seemingly didn't want you to put Pentium 3s in slockets because it seems like all the information from Intel says that Celerons go in slockets. I guess they wanted you to buy slot 1 Pentium 3s. Or I was reading an old document and didn't realize it won. I don't know. The source I found seemingly was trying to imply that Pentium 3s didn't go in slockets. So, fortunately, sometimes when you're looking for old info, it's hard to tell if you've found the latest old info, because, well, websites have gone offline that might have had more current information. And I do not. All right, I am getting frustrated with this slocket. It will not. I cannot get it out of the slot. Of course, I am now wondering if there is a slot for it to. Is there even a slot here for it to come out of, or is this some. Am I missing? It is a EPS1C slocket, a Celeron 366. I am just trying to get it out of the socket because I was going to put a known working Pentium CPU in it, but I can't get the slocket out of the slot. I am not. I am honestly not sure that there is a slot there for it to be removed from. James says, on my old P3 slot gateway, it felt like you were going to pull its insides out even after getting the two latches undone. All right. I'm just trying not to warp the board. All right. Oh, there we go. I think I might have gotten fooled by some creaking noises that was actually coming out of the slot. Oh, wait. Hold on. I got fooled by the latches. It wasn't latched. The seller sent it unlatched for some reason, probably because they didn't realize it wasn't latched. So when I started to try to remove it, the reason I couldn't pull it out of the slot was because I latched it again. That would explain why it would not come out of the slot. All right, yes, it was a. Yeah, they were Yeah, the side locks were locked. Okay, let me go grab a known working Pentium CPU. or rather, I'm just going to grab several CPUs and we'll see if any of them post. Because if we go through several, I will get to the point where I am fairly sure that it is not my CPUs. All right, we will start with this Pentium 2 CPU. Which I think is actually not going to go in the slot for some reason. Oh, okay, maybe I just didn't press down the square on it. There we go. Okay. I'm fairly sure this Pentium 2 works, because I think I've tested it before. Been a while since I've used it, though. Alright. First, I'm just going to see if we even get any postcodes. Alright. Not going to plug a video card in. It's got RAM. I'm pretty sure the RAM works. But the thing is, even if the RAM doesn't work, I would think we'd at least get a postcode. And we have postcodes. Or rather, we have a code C1. Let me clear CMOS here real quick. I'm pretty sure that's the clear CMOS jumper. All right. We actually have a postcode, C1. That is further than we were getting before. Maybe it's possible this board doesn't like Pentium 2 CPUs? There we go. All right. Maybe it doesn't like Pentium 2s. Maybe I should hit that with contact cleaner. All right. Let's try a Pentium 3. 550. All right. It even has a... Oh, well, that's convenient. I don't know what direction the fan header goes on. Well, C1. Postcode is C1. Okay. Wonder what award postcode C1 is. Memory size checked? Hold on, let me go to the... Detect... No, that's for socket 7 and below. Oh, no. Detect memory. Auto detection to DRAM size, type, and ECC. Oh. Does it not like this SD-RAM module? Oh, it may not like this SD-RAM module with this Pentium 3 CPU. That might be the problem now. It was a totally fine module. Please wait while I pick all the memory that was in my box up off the floor because I just had it all fall out because I'm a klutz. Okay. All right. Bradley says 133 megahertz P3 will run fine at 100 megahertz. Oh, move the RAM to the left slot, maybe. Christian says, found the board on the RetroWeb. Seems they never added 133 megahertz FSB support, despite it having a BX. Oh. Okay, I'll try the left slot. Even though the left slot is clearly marked DIM 3, this is one of my aggravations with slot numbering. No, we still have a C1 postcode. I don't. Interestingly enough, despite the fact that I dropped all that memory on the floor, I still managed to keep the one that was in my hand on top. Okay, that requires skills that I didn't realize I had. All right. Okay, I'm going to try a 64 megabyte module. Maybe this board doesn't like a 256 meg module. Postcode C1. Hi, Jeremy. Welcome. All right. This board would have to support a 64 megabyte module. Has to. Postcode C1. We're still getting postcode C1. All right, let me pull the BIOS chip. Oh, wow. That BIOS chip was... I thought I tried pressing that in. That was super loose. Nope, still have a postcode C1. Okay, so despite the fact the BIOS chip came out, like, very easily, I guess I had actually pressed it in. Well, alright, let me check to see if the 29F2008. Alright, let's see if there's anything. Alright. Let me see. Oh, we're not to 10 o'clock yet. I want to make sure we don't get too far. Is that Alliance ASD AE? Oh, there we go. All right. Well, let's just read this chip out. Oh. My programmer's complaining about a bad pen. That's weird. All right. Well, let's try that again. So it's an AE29F2008. Read 1023. All right, I'll ignore it. And I was able to read it. Um, I think the ROM's bad. Bradley says, I have a strange feeling the board isn't liking the AT power. The onboard 5 to 3.3 volt regulator was cactus. The RAM wouldn't show up at a minimum. Christian says, managed unpacked BIOS revision 6Z ES2, and there are some references to Pentium 3 in there. Can't see which modules. Bradley says, probably the 100 megahertz FSB P3s. Well, I'm looking at the ROM chip. The programmer told me it has a bad pin 23, and it looks funny. I mean, granted, I can't read machine code. All right, let me load the one I just downloaded and see if the header looks the same as what I'm looking at. It's quite possible the problem might be the BIOS chip. That that oh, that looks significantly better. All right, let's try. Contact cleaner in the programmer. All right, I'll put the chip back in, and I'm going to do a verify. Oh, and it looks like it's not complaining about. All right, it's not complaining about the pin, so I'm going to try to program a new flash. There we go. I just programmed a new flash image into the BIOS chip. And, all right. Postcode C1. Bradley says, I don't think you would get any postcodes if the BIOS chip was foobar. Well, I have seen stranger. It is possible if it was the entire BIOS chip, yes. If you have like a bad page in it, then it might be able to start to execute code, then it jumps somewhere that's foobar, and yeah, now it's not going to work. It depends entirely on what the failure mode is. All right, so looks like I need a 100 megahertz front side bus Pentium 3 processor. I'm pretty sure the 500 megahertz Pentium 3 is 100 megahertz front side bus. So we will put this one in, and C1. Okay, let's, for a moment, maybe assume that the voltage regulator on this board is not working at its best, and quite possibly the eBay seller may have used a ATX power supply to test it. All right, so let's see what happens if I try to power it on with ATX power. And we got postcode C1. Does it display the same postcode with a GPU? The problem is, postcode C1 is so early. I don't think we're getting anywhere near the GPU state. Postcode C1 is it's detecting the size of RAM. It's like stopping at detecting the size of RAM. Oh, that's right. Using ATX power now. Postcode C1. I think the motherboard's dead. I mean, the one last thing I can think of is if I remove the RAM, do we, like, I mean, if this was a bad sim, I would expect it to get a little further than. Well, I've tried two DIMMs though. That's the thing. I keep forgetting. I went to ATX. C1. Well, I think I'm going to have to call it. I'm actually. It's these exact boards that make me wonder whether the seller actually tested it. Or whether they just said they tested it, and what they really mean is, we're going to let you test it, and we'll accept the return if it doesn't work. Because I've tried multiple CPUs, multiple DIMMs, and there's like no signs of life on the board. So, well, I guess I'm going to have to call this a. I'm glad they accept returns because I paid too much to only get a Slocket out of the deal. And for anyone disappointed that I won't have a golden orb, well, you need not worry. I will still have golden orbs. Because Retrotech Chris sent me some the other day. So I will still have a golden orb heatsink for whatever system I manage to get running. It's just not going to be this nice AT board to go into my black AT case to pair it with an Audigy sound card. Well, I'll just have to. It'll just have to be something else. All right. Well, the seller's going to get the privilege of figuring out which way the fan goes, because. All right. Well, let me make sure I get this motherboard delivered with the box they shipped it in. And I'll return it. All right, let's see here. We're coming up on 10 o'clock. And all right, I think maybe we've gone on long enough testing potential eBay regrets. I do at least want to get to the Pentium Pros. All right, if we have time, we'll come back to some more potential regrets. Let's okay. Actually, let me do this. Let me take a quick peek at everything we've looked at tonight and that I opened tonight. Let me double check there's not anything that says the seller accepts returns. Because that motherboard, the seller accepts returns, so I can return it. So I'm at least not out what I paid for it. I'll just be sad because I was hoping to build a pretty cool little Pentium 3 system in a AT case, but whatever. All right. Let's see. Oh, let's see. The 8087 math coprocessor. That actually has return. Okay, well, I can test that later. That has like a 30-day return on it. Okay. And, well, actually, okay. Nothing I open tonight has like a super pressing returns period on it. So we will go to the Pentium Pros and come back. That's just thought someone joined the chat. I looked too quick at the chat. All right. All right. So here we go. We have the Pentium Pro, single Pentium Pro motherboard, because the dual motherboard is, well, I don't know what's wrong with it. You want to talk about items I bought on eBay with a no returns policy that I wish had a returns policy. See dual Pentium Pro board. All right, so we are going to, first thing I need to do before I put that dual Pentium Pro on here, I'm pretty sure I need to update the BIOS. So we are going to get this hooked up for AT power, because that's the way this board rolls. Got a keyboard connected. All right, so I did find one of my thumb drives for a GoTech the other day. I think I might have found them both. Now I just have to figure out what I did with the GoTech. I thought I put it somewhere safe meaning a place where I would definitely. Oh, there it is. I think to update the BIOS on this board, I'm going to need to boot it from a DOS floppy disk. Run the flash utility. So, see if I can. First step will be to make sure I can boot into DOS. And then the second step is I'm going to have to create said disk. All right. Oh, well, that's odd. All right. Hold, please. Let me plug in a postcard. Oh, that's right. I put some different RAM in this. So this is actually the first time where I'll get to see if this board even likes the RAM that's in it. Because it actually might not like this RAM. Interesting. It was a C1 postcode. All right, this board does not like this RAM. All right. All right. Well, let me go. Why? What is its complaint about this RAM? It is 5-volt EDO RAM, the 32 megabyte SIMs. All right. It obviously does not like this RAM. All right. Let me go. Oh, hi, Dave. Welcome. Bradley says, I never return anything. I always just assume everything's DOA. As much as I paid for that motherboard, I was buying it under the assumption that it was a working motherboard. Because the thing is, I have amounts I'm willing to pay for things that are mysteries. And generally, if I manage to get something that doesn't work, but it was below my price threshold for that given item, and I mean, I will sometimes keep it, especially if I think I can repair it. But in this particular case, that motherboard, I paid more than my threshold for just keeping it. So I am going to try to return it. I mean, the seller does have a return period. So, but the thing is, I paid more than, I paid much more than what a slocket would actually go for separate of a board. So I'm not keeping it just for a slocket. Yeah, I'm thinking that that Pentium 3 board is having trouble seeing the RAM. There we go. We're actually posting now. the chances that BX board required ECC RAM? I mean, I would have expected that it would have posted with the wrong RAM and then given me an error. That board was newer than what usually required ECC. But yeah, oh, you can't see. Oh, yes, you can see it. All right. So the Pentium Pro board. Okay, so the BX chipset supports ECC. Well, I guess I could see if I guess we could go back to that board and I can see if it really wanted ECC. Oh yeah, okay. Jeremy made a comment that he was wondering if max 128 meg modules in that Pentium 3 board, and actually, Jeremy, you were correct. It looks like it 128 meg maximum. So the first module I picked was too large. The second module should have worked though, because it was a 64 megabyte one. Okay, I guess we can go dig, and I could dig and see if I've got an ECC module of a small amount. Unfortunately, the ones I know where they are, they're 256 meg modules, so that's too large. All right. Okay, we got a floppy drive configured. That's fine. That's all I need. I just want to boot into DOS. Oh. 18. Oh, wait. Is this running the latest BIOS already? Did I already update this board and forget that I did? Hold, please, while I check the CPU socket. Socket 8. Manufacturer is Zeus. Alright, I'm pretty sure that will narrow it down to like a small handful of boards, most of which are definitely not this board. Yeah, it's that board right there. Alright. P6 NP5. Is that the... Yeah, P/P6 NP5. Yep, alright. And we're into DOS, and let's see here. So... No, I do need to update the BIOS. All right, so we booted into Windows, or booted into DOS. So, all right, so what I need to do is download the BIOS file. And I guess I need to download the award flash utility. All right, and let's see here. The reason I'm updating the flash is so that I have the maximum chance that the flash will support 1 megabyte of cache. All right. So, all right. Basically, the way I usually do this is I... Oh, actually, this may be an easier... Word PWD 899. Oh, there we go. I already have a boot disk I can use. So let me copy and paste this boot disk. And we're going to rename it so I can find it easier. .img. already has the award flash utility on it, and it's a bootable disk. I just need to delete the BIOS file that's on it because it's the wrong one. And then I need to go grab the one I just downloaded. Go ahead and extract. There we go. Wait, that doesn't look right. Hold on. Oh, NAI. So okay. Got to put the wrong file on the floppy image. All right, inject. Okay, very good. And we'll save that and exit. And then I'm going to eject. And then I'm going to tell Windows to continue because Bitdefender was scanning the thumb drive. Which takes forever because there's a bunch of Amiga disk images on my thumb drive for some weird reason. And there we go. We will power up. And I will switch back to capture. Let me go into the BIOS. Load. Set up defaults. And then we're going to go to standard CMOS setup. And the floppy drive is still configured. Save and exit. Oh, Jeremy, I realized I'm not sure I said hi to you. So hi, Jeremy, if I forgot. I was in a train of thought when you joined. Yes, I try to say hi to people when they join. Sometimes if I'm in a train of thought, I unintentionally miss things. So I don't have a fancy schmancy admin team helping me. It's, well, me in a basement with a blow up dinosaur behind me. And the dinosaur is sure not watching the chat. And the dinosaur is certainly not helping with the moderating the chat because, well, he's got really short arms. I mean, that's why T-Rexes make horrible chat moderators because they can't reach the keyboard. NA6I0116.AWD. Ooh, the program file's part number does not match with your system. Interesting. P6 NP5C. Okay, P6 NP5C. Oh, did I? Well, interesting. All right. P6 NP5C. All right. Well, for some reason, this board didn't like that BIOS. I am on the correct page on the RetroWeb. I'll put the link in the chat if someone wants to, like, double check that I picked the right board. I mean, that is a Asus P/I-P6NP5. If someone wants to double check that I grabbed the wrong BIOS image, I grabbed the 6. I grabbed the 0116 one. Okay, it is possible that maybe if you had this board, you were supposed to load 0106 before you loaded 0116. It is also possible that maybe I got the wrong flash utility. Maybe AWD 899. Well, but no, it would have told me that it didn't support the flash chip, though. So no, I think it actually... I think the flash utility really legitimately thought... Open. All right. All right. So I've got 010, or yeah, 0106. All right. Okay. So I got 0106. I put that on my boot disk. So maybe you have to load 0106 before you can load 0116. I mean, I have seen BIOS updates that had dependencies. So not necessarily 401A0. I'm going to also double check the 401A0-0105 dash. Huh. It's also one of those times where if the BIOS chip was socketed, I would consider, like, reading it out and programming it separately. But I think the BIOS chip is... Oh, it is socketed. I just don't know what type it is. Okay, so if I continue to have trouble with the word flash, I may pull the BIOS chip and program it with the programmer, because at least that would let me read it out and compare it with the one that is posted with the same version number on the RetroWeb. It's also possible maybe someone loaded the wrong BIOS on this board at some point, so we could ignore that. The disk image, it's a hacked boot disk. Hacked as in I had to delete a bunch of stuff so that the BIOS image I was trying to flash before would actually fit on the disk. Because the board I was trying to flash earlier had a 512K BIOS image, because it was a socket A motherboard. So that's why those errors were there. I deleted a bunch of stuff. All right. Oh, wait. It's not going to find that file. Oh, source file not found. All right. Try that again. AWD899. Because I forgot to type the extension in. All right. NA6I0106.AWD. All right. this is the award BIOS flash utility. Sure enough, program's file's part number does not match with your system. Interesting. All right, well, I guess we're going to. I guess this is kind of like the scene in Back to the Future Part 2 where Biff's goons come up behind Marty and say, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. Except in this case, we're doing it the hard way. All right, so we're going to pull the BIOS chip. This will give us the opportunity to read it out and compare it with 0105 that's on the retro web. Also give us the opportunity to possibly just force a BIOS onto it. Not something I usually like to do, but in this case I'm fairly certain the BIOS I'm trying to load is actually correct for the board. All right, so I'll put it in the programmer. I like to keep BIOS labels where possible because I always thought the holographic labels they put on them look cool. But I do need to peel the label back so I can read what chip this is, because they always put the label on the top of the BIOS chip, but the part number for the chip is also on the top of the chip, just underneath the label. If I can get it off carefully enough, then I can probably restick it with some double-sided tape. So I'm just going to I'm trying to carefully peel it back. Now, that Pentium 3 board we were looking at, one nice thing they did on it is the BIOS license sticker was actually on the side of the ISA slot. So even if you had to replace your BIOS chip because your flash chip failed, you'd still have your license sticker on it because it was on the side of the ISA slot. Now on this BIOS chip, it's on top of the BIOS chip, so I'm trying to just peel it back. Well, all right. So it completely came off. So this is an SST. And for some reason, there's a paper. Oh, I know why they do it. So there's like a little paper label underneath the holographic label. And I was about to say, why'd they put a label to protect a window that doesn't exist? But then I realized what they do. The little label just tells them what they programmed on the ROM, because somewhere they're going to have machines that were duplicating these ROMs in mass. And then part of the assembly process would have been to actually apply the BIOS license label on it, probably at the end of manufacturing, because a lot of times the license cost is it can be based on the number of labels you apply. So they're only going to apply a label on boards that they know pass final test. So that's why there was a little label on the chip that probably just had the version number of the BIOS. And then at final test, or right after final test, as they're boxing everything up, then that's when they would apply the Award BIOS holographic label, because that would be the point where the board is going to consume a license from Award, and then they'll pay Award based on the number of license stickers they use. Or they'll pay Award based on the number of license stickers they bought. And obviously, if a board failed final test, they're not going to want to put a license sticker on it until they, I guess, repair it. Okay, so I did read out the BIOS image. It looks like it. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's a valid BIOS image. I just don't know why it's not. Why I can't update it. So, anyways, I'm going to save off the original BIOS image. Let me save it here. We're going to call this Zeus PI P6 NP5 NP5 original BIOS. Oop. Not in. Okay, so I've got the original BIOS saved off. I am going to download what should be the same BIOS from the retro web because I'm going to do a compare. Because I am somewhat curious as to why I couldn't write a BIOS with the Flash utility. I'm going to see if they even match. All right. I did see someone pop something in the chat. I will get to that in just a moment. All right, so there's that file. All right, so I'm going to verify. Oh. Okay, there are some differences, but it could be in an area that I don't know. All right, well, I'm going to program the BIOS I was trying to program with a word flash. All right, there we go. The version that I think is actually correct for this board, but I was getting a version or a board ID mismatch. So, all right, we'll see if the board posts or not. I have the original saved off. So if brute forcing the BIOS with the programmer was the wrong thing, well, I've got the original saved off. All right, so. All right. We are posting. All right, so let's enter setup. I'll go ahead and load defaults. Oh, Bradley said, did I miss anything? I was having trouble updating the BIOS on this Pentium Pro board. And I basically pulled the BIOS chip and programmed it in my programmer. I was trying to use a word flash, but it was kept complaining there was an ID mismatch for the board. But I'm fairly certain this is the BIOS for the board. I'll actually boot. Okay, it's booting my BIOS update disk. Well, but that's fine. Okay, so there we go. We have the latest BIOS. So now that we've got the latest BIOS, pull the heatsink off. And actually, I am going to, before we power up this next processor, it does draw more power. I'm going to actually see if I can find where I put the power adapter for this fan. Oh, hi, Mega. Welcome. Yes. So I just updated the BIOS on the board, so I'm pulling out the Pentium Pro that has 256K of cache. And now I am about to install the Pentium Pro with 1 megabyte of L2 cache. Some could say it's a mega amount of cache. Hopefully I got that cheap. I think I did get a pretty good deal on it. Because I knew that there was a chance it might not work. Because it does require a BIOS update. It requires a BIOS on the board that's aware of the 1 megabyte cache to be able to enable the full 1 megabyte of cache. All right. Yeah, they can be a pretty penny. I got it for, I don't remember what I paid for it. I think it was a fair price for what it is. It was around the average selling price on eBay US. I'm trying to find my power adapter for the fan. Or actually, before I go too far looking for it, is it actually plugged into one of the? No, it is not plugged in there. Okay, I am correct in thinking that I set it somewhere. Probably with. Okay, probably with my other power supply that I use. Well, all right. Oh, here it is. Found it. All right. Oh, wrong direction for the fan power. All right. Let's try that again. There we go. We have fan. All right. Let's see here. Delete enter setup. Setup defaults. Hi, Thomas or Tim. Welcome, Vborg. All right. I do have the fan running because these do run hotter than the standard Pentium Pros. All right, let's see here. Yes! It sees all the cache. Woohoo! It sees all the cache. Sometimes, Tim, if I can think of the person's first letter of their name, well, sometimes that's all my brain gets. I was getting you mixed up with Thomas Armstrong for some reason. All right, so we see all the cache. We were able to boot into DOS. Now let me see if I can figure out what I did with a compact flash card that is running DOS Bench. I might have it right here. Because you know what a megabyte of cache calls for. And if you're thinking benchmarks of popular MS-DOS games, plus the other not quite as popular benchmarks, such as the Finny 3D Orby thingy and the bouncing HAL around a computer, then, well, you'd be correct. All right. Got the compact flash card. All right. Tim says, I get it. Brains are funny that way. Yes. All right. All right. Let's go F1 and whoop, I forgot to pull out the. Oh, no, we're good. It's booting from the compact flash card. All right, there we go. All right. So we're just going to go down the list. We have Superscape 3 VGA benchmark. 124.4. Wow, look at that. Cache fly. I mean, literally, the cache in that CPU is flying on the screen. See? Yep. There it is. See, the CPU is flying and the cache chips in it would also be flying. Physics. All right, we got Chris's 3D benchmark. No relation to Retrotech Chris. Mega says, stop torturing that Pentium Pro with 16-bit code. Yeah, we'll get to Quake. I think Quake is 32-bit code. I cannot play Crysis, V-Borg asks. I don't know if it can play Crysis. I think it might still be a bit old. It might have a Crysis trying to play Crysis. 46.9, that's 28.1 frames per second. Yeah, all right. Not optimal. All right, PC player benchmark. Mega says, I don't know. Does Crysis require SSE? You know, it might. It might actually require SSE. Pentium Pro definitely does not have SSE. Doesn't have MMX. Player bench, a 22.4. Wow, that's actually a fairly decent score. All right, we will run the Doom benchmark. The megabyte of cache might make up for the suboptimal 16-bit code. Because I suspect a large amount of the game engine of Doom might actually be living in cache right now. With a megabyte of it. Wow, 2134 game ticks and 1111 real ticks. That's actually a pretty good score. All right. So I'm going to run C, Quake Demo C. I think I don't think it'll run at 640 by 480 on this computer. It might. We'll try it. Actually, this is actually running fairly well. Yeah. Quake is actually running fairly well. It's 44.1 frames per second. That's actually a pretty good score. Yeah, Mega says sprinting rather. Yeah. I, I I think that's a pretty good score for Quake. Luckily, it doesn't need MMX. All right, well, let's see if we can run Quake at D. It might. Okay, it does look like it's actually running at 360 by whatever that was. And yeah, that is definitely showing the increase in resolution. What's the VGA card? This is an ATI Mach 64. It's actually the Asus video card that goes in the Media Bus 2.0 slot on this motherboard. So it's actually pairing the Mach 64 video card, which does have 2 megabytes of VRAM on it, with the Vibra 16 sound card. All right, so that's 18.1 frames per second. Very painful. Also, my scaler apparently doesn't really like this resolution. All right, let's see if it'll do 640 by 480, but I'm pretty sure that's just going to kind of... It may not even run at that resolution. Yeah, that's not... Okay, yep. If you watched really quickly, there was some error message that appeared and it defaulted to 320 by 200, so... Keyboard's asking, can this board overclock? No, I do not believe this board can overclock. All right. Not sure I really would want to overclock a Pentium Pro anyways, because they do run rather warm. All right, so let's run Landmark System Speed Test, which is going to give us an absolutely worthless score. Because, well, we overflow the numbers. There you go. You can see some of the ridiculousness there. So it sees the CPU clock as 1710.463 megahertz, which I know is wrong. Should be 200 megahertz. Change the CPU scale. Oh. Oh, there we go. I didn't know you could do that. Okay, so it does change the scale, but it is not fixing the fact that the numbers at the top of the screen are limited to 3 characters. Christian says, so many megahertz, it doesn't even know how to hertz. Yeah, Mega says 1.7 gigahertz law. Yeah. Anyways, that's kind of a worthless benchmark for these fast chips. Speedsys, though, I think might actually give us something more realistic. What do you know? It is a P6 200. We are spot on the money. If you look, that blue bar is matching the line for the P6 200. We are spot on. There you go. If you want, if you were asking about video, Mega, this is saying it's the ATI Graphics Expression Mach 64 CT. I didn't know it had 3D on it. That's a new one. Mega says, I want a Pentium Pro just so I can run modern Linux kernel on it. Oh, yeah. I bet Linux would run pretty good on this. There we go. There's our memory test. All right. I think I like cache check. All right, let's see. That was speed sys. We'll run hardware info. See if we can. It'll give us a little more info on the hardware. So the main board. There we go. It is the Intel 82440FX chipset. Second level cache. It sees it as 1 megabyte. And okay, we have 128 megabytes of RAM installed, which I think may be the limit for this board, or it may go up to 256, but that's enough RAM for me. And let's see the video info. Yeah, the Mach 64 CT, 2 megabytes of EDO DRAM, and let's see, and we'll test for CPU errata. Ah, yes. We do have the FIST bug. So, oh, hey, Jack. Jack68K here. Hello. Tim says, I still have my compact dual Pentium Pro server. Linux loves these CPUs. Mega says, Linux and Windows NT/2K. Yes. Christian says it's painful even on a Pentium 2. Tried last week. All right. Run cache check. All right, cache check obviously doesn't know how to tell the speed of a Pentium Pro processor. I guarantee you we're not running at 0 megahertz. All right, the interesting thing is, I sure thought it had an 8K level 1 cache. But then again, the numbers are so close that is impressive. Christian says, it's a 1 megabyte cache model. Dang, those are rare. Yes. Yes, I decided for this build that I was going to put a 1 megabyte cache model in it. I was at least going to make sure my single Pentium Pro system had something special. Yeah, Jack says, too bad it's 0.0 megahertz. Yeah. Because my dual one will be dual 180s, because that's what I have. I'll probably have to get another dual board, because the dual board I have I don't think works. Maybe I might buy a pair of VRMs in case it's like voltage ripple on the VRMs, but I'm thinking there's something wrong with the board. I've convinced myself enough there's something wrong with the board so much that I'm not willing to pay for a pair of VRMs to test that theory. So maybe at VCF East I'll manage to get a dual Pentium Pro board at a reasonable price. Oh, so those numbers there. So the number on the left-hand side of the screen is the megabyte number. So the first line you see for test is megabyte 0. And then for these 32-bit CPUs, it usually jumps to megabyte 4. and then 5, 6, 7, 8, and so on and so forth. Then the number under each column is the block size that it accesses from memory. So 1K of memory, 2K, 4K, 8K, 1632, and so on and so forth. So in megabyte 0, for a 1K block transfer, it was 4 microseconds per kilobyte. And then for 4 megabytes, it'll actually try up to a 4 megabyte block transfer. And what you're seeing is the timing for each of those block transfers at each megabyte. And it will repeat same as above, so it just doesn't continuously overflow, because otherwise it would overflow as it tested and you'd lose the early information. So basically what it's saying is that at megabyte 36, megabyte 37 even, it's the same as megabyte 4. Yeah. Jack says, I'm just perplexed why the numbers no longer line up with the columns. Yeah, what it's saying is those megabytes were the same as megabyte 4. So in order to keep it on the screen, we're just going to tell you it was the same as above. Unfortunately, with this Pentium Pro, because the cache is running at 200 megahertz, because it's like a full speed cache, there's not going to be any variation. So it's a little more obvious what it's doing with a board that doesn't have such as fast of a cache. Because then sometimes you'll get a little variation and it won't print same as above. You'll see it print a new line with the new data. Actually, it's only going to go to 64 megabytes because of MS-DOS. I could Control C, but I would just kind of like to know that this board, it's at least caching 64 megabytes. I'm pretty sure this board will cache at least 128 megabytes. Because it's really, I think, the Pentium Pro where the limit's going to be enforced. And I'm pretty sure the Pentium Pro can cache the entire range of memory it supports. I just wanted to know for sure. Because I think by the time the Pentium Pro came out, there wouldn't be a weird cutoff point. So yeah, I could probably stop it and still know that it's caching everything. I've seen, like, even on 486 systems where the cacheable limit's, like, 48 megabytes, or 32 megabytes, or 28 megabytes. It depends on the chipset, and sometimes it could depend on the chipset, the amount of cache you have installed. That, some chipsets, the more cache you have installed, the less it can cache. Or other quirks can show up too. Yeah, I want to say on Pentium Pro that it's, it could be chipset dependent. You might have a point there, Christian. It might be chipset dependent. But then again, though, since Intel designed the Pentium Pro to be effectively a workstation class processor, its chipset might actually be able to cache. Yeah, we'll see what it says at 64. I think it's going to stop there because we're running under DOS 622. Oh, there we go. It did see the L1 cache was 8K. L2 cache is a megabyte. I mean, you can see on the Pentium Pro, if you'll notice, the L2 cache is not that much slower than the L1 cache. No, I have 128. Okay, I have 128 megabytes installed, but MS-DOS 622 will not let programs see more than 64 megabytes. I think it's MS-DOS, not... Yeah, it's MS-DOS, not cache check. If I ran, like, even Windows 95... Yeah, Mega says I forgot. Yeah, Windows 95 would be able to see all 128 megabytes, so for sure. Linux would too. in T-Wood. Yeah, it's MS-DOS. But there you go. There's the metrics if you were wondering. Let's see here. So, let's see here. Yeah, Jack says, I've never understood DOS memory math either. 640K equals 576K plus 64K. 65 472K equals 65 536K. 64 megabytes minus 64, but why? Oh, okay. Okay, Jack. I don't know the exact reason to your question. It is due to either one of two reasons, or possibly both. One could be how the Intel processors address memory. Intel processors address memory using a base using segment offset. It is possible that DOS is not letting you address that last 64K because of the way the segment offset addressing works. It might be trying to keep you under a limit. So basically, it might be only letting you address one segment less than 64 megabytes to keep you under 64 megabytes for some reason that's possibly baked into some of the DOS code is not safe addressing more than 64 megabytes. So they're keeping you under it by only letting you address one less segment. That's theory number one. I'm not sure if that's correct, but that's theory number one. Theory number two is it has to do with the fact you have shadowing enabled in the BIOS, and that is memory. There is a memory hole because you've got shadowing turned on, and it has to do with the way addressing works. And the memory is reduced because of shadowing or something like that. And it could be both. Both could be also correct. Yeah. Christian Iverson says exactly 64. They do weird partitioning of segments, though. Yeah. Tim says, like Bill Gates never said, 640K is all anyone will ever need. Yeah, Christian says they cap at 640, then have some BIOS and hardware memory space up to 1 meg, and then have the rest of RAM above that. As the shadowed portion 64K. No, it's usually some part of the 384K between 640K and 1 megabyte. And usually the shadowed portion is only the ROMs. On some systems, though, it's shadowing 64K of ROMs. But on other systems, it could be more or less. So it could be system dependent. And the system you're referring to might have shadowing enabled to the system BIOS, and maybe it's a 64K 64K system BIOS. Mega says, this is why Linux does not allow allocating the first megabyte of RAM. Well, that's one way of making sure your operating system doesn't try to use a hole in memory. Just don't use memory under a megabyte. Actually, I have to say, that's actually a quite effective way of fixing that problem. Just, it's like the old joke of Doctor, it hurts when I do this. Well, then stop doing that. It's like, Linux, it hurts when I use this memory. Well, then stop using it. Yeah. Jack's like, Linux won't use the first 1 megabyte of physical RAM? Yeah, I think I think on x86 and x64 that might be the case. It just ignores the first megabyte of RAM. Mega says yes, it reserves that area and doesn't let go of it or do anything with it. Sadback says, well, don't do that, law. Exactly. Oh, hi, Sad Mac. Welcome. Yeah. Yeah, it's Jack says, I've never looked up these oddities with x86 CPUs. I'm much more familiar with other architectures which have their own oddities. Yeah. But anyways, all right, so my 1 megabyte cache Pentium Pro works like a champ. I think the only thing left to do now, if you'll remember last time I tried to use the SCSI card, it didn't like the fact that there was no SCSI devices attached. And I thought it might have to do with the BIOS. If you'll also remember, the BIOS for the SCSI card is in the system BIOS. So let's see if my BIOS update to make sure the BIOS supported 1 megabyte of cache. Oh, well, that. All right, well, let's try that again. Well, that's weird. Okay, I plugged the SCSI card in and it won't post. Oh, now it will post. Okay, well, maybe there's something wrong with the SCSI card. Put some contact cleaner on it, and I'll try installing it again. Maybe it requires going in a specific slot. Oh, there we go. It needed contact cleaner. Oh. All right, let's go into CMOS. Let's load the setup defaults, and we'll save and exit. And we'll see if it detects the SCSI card. Christian says it started as 8-bit, can't address more than 64K, then extended to 16-bit with up to 1, and later 16 megs of RAM, then 32-bit and 4 gigs. x86 is a mess with so much old stuff retained. Yeah. Jack says it's amazing that modern PCs are still compatible with all the crazy x86 legacy stuff that should have been dead decades ago. Actually, there are. Okay, there we go. The SCSI utility is running. If I hit Control C, can we run the configuration utility? Oh, this is. There we go. The SCSI controller is behaving much more civilly. So I bet the BIOS did update. I bet the BIOS did fix some SCSI compatibility issues. Actually, there are now some PCs, like the really new PCs, that are starting to remove legacy boot options. So it would not surprise me if on like a really new computer that you might not actually be able to boot some of these old operating systems anymore. Yeah, Mega says sort of the traditional BIOS has been deprecated and no one is required to include a compatibility mode. Yes. Yeah, I think the Mega's point that like new platforms now, I guess AM5 and possibly AM4 might have even started it, but I think I've seen AM4 boards that still have a CSM compatibility mode. But I bet with AM5 and then starting with Intel, possibly 10th gen, 11th gen, somewhere in there. Don't know exactly where. I think they've started to remove the CSM support, which would be to be able to boot a legacy BIOS. Yeah, Mega says since about 2020, I think. Yeah, that sounds about right. Because AM4 came out before 2020, AM5 was afterwards. I'm pretty sure I've read somewhere that the AM5 boards have removed the CSM support. So then, yeah, it'd probably be about Intel. Yeah, probably about somewhere after Intel 8th gen, like 9th or 10th gen would be about 2020, I think. Mega says about Intel. Mega says about 17 Intel sockets have come out since then. Yeah, that's why I can't keep track of about where Intel is because AMD is like, we're going to make sure our users can get the maximum out of their platform because we know how painful it is to upgrade. And Intel's like, we don't care. We're Intel. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure what Intel's thinking. I've got Mega says Intel's for rich people, I swear, but I'm of the opinion that that they're Intel's like missing the point potentially. I think they might just be oblivious to. Honestly, I think Intel might have has maybe somewhat lost the mark of how much of a commodity a PC really is. But I think AMD gets it, that they realize that the PC is a commodity, that stuff is so ubiquitous and we need to like keep the barrier low for as long as possible to let people upgrade and get the most out of it, because it's such a commodity that if given the choice, someone will. You practically these days can just buy a whole new computer for cheap. So I kind of get the impression AMD gets it more, that the computer is a commodity and we need to lower the barriers of just being able to keep up to date, because you don't want to give people the option of just going out and buying a whole new computer with the other vendor's platform. Jack says I don't think Intel is really for anyone these days. Okay, I am impressed with their new graphics cards. I might actually get one because I really would like to try the the new generation of Intel Arc cards. I have read some reviews that seem to show the price to performance ratio is there, because remember, I don't really do heavy gaming. So I don't need a beefy graphics card, but it would be nice to be able to play something. And for video editing, which can use graphics cards for acceleration. So I would like to try the new Intel GPUs to see if I can get a good bang for the buck for video rendering acceleration. Jack says, I amend my statement to say I don't think Intel CPUs are for anyone these days. Okay, yes. Yes, Christian says, the early Core I generations, 2 new sockets for every class of processor year, and every class of processor had its own socket. Yeah, I know. Mega says, Intel QuickSync is amazing, actually, and those Arc GPUs have it. If you have a Jellyfin server or something. Yes. Christian says, same. Usable performance and not overpriced all heck. Even mid-tier 700, even mid-tier €700 plus from the other vendors. Yeah. Mega says, just fantastic video transcoding capability. Yes. That is like exactly what I need. A good CPU for video transcoding and rendering. I don't need the fancy features. I certainly don't need a $700, or for that matter, €700. I think they're kind of really close to. I think the exchange rate's near. Someone mentioned the exchange rate recently. It was like, really? That seems weird. But yeah, it's like I don't need a $700+ GPU for video rendering. Premiere Pro is hardly going to use any of it. Uh, well, Jack, really, it's probably more video rendering for YouTube. Jack says, do you play a lot of video on devices that can't play the original format? Generally, Jack, if a card can do transcoding well, it could probably do encoding well, too. Jeremy's asking, what about a 10th gen Intel i9 10900K? Can you use Arc on Pentium Pro? Mega's asking. That would be hilarious. That would only require me to get a PCI Express to PCI adapter And no, you can't use Arc on Pentium Pro because it doesn't support resizable bar. And I'm actually pretty sure that the Intel Arc GPUs probably require a UEFI BIOS. I doubt there's a compatible a legacy BIOS on the card. And Jeremy, to answer your question, Intel 10th generation doesn't really excite me. Tim says, I've got a 1070 shoved in my Dell server that I use for encoding. Yeah. Yeah, Christian's saying Euro and US dollars are quite close these days, like plus or minus 4% between them. Yeah, I was like, really? Because I've been used to like the euro being like €1 being like $1.30 or something like that. I didn't realize we were almost on parity. Probably means that there was a couple things I've been looking at that are priced in euros. Maybe now's about the time to buy them. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Uh, I think I had my eye on a thing or two at Certa Shop, so maybe now's the time to buy them before the exchange rate changes, because that's actually, I guess, that would be favorable for me, assuming they haven't changed the price. So, who knows? I may have some. I may have to look to see what it was I wanted from Certa Shop. There was another thing I need to order, but actually, I think it's coming from the UK. So, well, I won't be getting in on that euro conversion rate for that. Yep. Although speaking of that thing, it's a printer. It's like a printer emulator, so you can hook up a vintage computer with the parallel cable, and it's a Raspberry Pi based. Um, Basically, it's a board that goes on top of the Raspberry Pi that has the parallel port on it, and it lets the Raspberry Pi acts as, you configure it for what printer you want it to pretend to be, and it will pretend to be an old printer. So you could take a computer that seemingly has no business printing in the 21st century and make it think it's printing to an old printer, and the Raspberry Pi will happily accept the print job. I was thinking I might need one for my VCF East exhibit. Maybe not, though. Although, speaking of that, I did get tracking information for my image writer ribbons from Mac Effects. So, apparently the image writer ribbons they had them on pre-order. So, it seems like they might have arrived, or at least part of their order arrived, and they started filling their pre-orders. So, that's good. I don't have to worry about that. Because I was kind of starting to worry that I didn't want to, if the idea works, I didn't want to have too few image writer ribbons. Yes. Yeah, I ordered 6 image writer ribbons from them. I want to make sure if the idea completely works out and I'm taking an image writer with me, that I have enough ribbons to get through the weekend, because I don't know at this moment, I don't know how many ribbons that I would go through. So I decided, well, I would rather have too many ribbons than not enough, because I want to make sure I make it through the weekend. Plus, I mean, they'll be good for a year or two if I keep them sealed and in a reasonable storage environment. So I figured, okay. But yep, my Mac Effects pre-ordered image writer ribbons, they shipped today along with my other Mac Effects order. I was going to their website just to see. Okay, it looks like their website is still showing pre-orders. So it may very well be that. So I guess if you are hearing that they shipped my order and are thinking you can order them and they're all shipping, it looks like they may be filling pre-orders still. They haven't marked the page for them as shipping now, so Mike says, I need fanfold paper. Jack says, I have some unopened ribbons from the 90s, and you'd be shocked to hear that they don't work super well. Shocker. Ah, yes. Yes, actually, if you saw that I had scheduled a stream for Style Writers, actually, I think I could probably pull another motherboard on the bench to test, because it looks like the Pentium Pro's working. I guess we're kind of doing a slight update as a segue to me deciding which board to pull on the bench to test. I think I'm going to find one that has AGP so we can check this Voodoo card out. Okay, so I moved the image writer or the Style Writer stream to next week. So it'll be a Marchintosh stream because Thursday of this week, partly prompted by the item that Tom Barber sent me for the cost of shipping, partly prompted on the items. Well, I guess when I scheduled that, I didn't know what I would find on Facebook Marketplace today. But I was able to figure out a way to actually go pick those items up tomorrow so that I would have them Thursday. Yeah, we're not looking at Style Writers Thursday. So that will be a Marchintosh stream. And the reason why I had initially delayed it is I had done some research. I don't know if it's right or wrong, but I had started to do some research on how to clean inkjet printer heads. And I found some websites warning against using... They were warning against using ammonia-based cleaners because that can affect the copper in the print head. And I was realizing that, okay, you can still get these Canon print heads. They're still available enough on eBay as people that have new unboxed ones that, I mean, I could probably replace the print head if I really did ruin it by trying to clean it with ammonia. But I decided that, well, there could really be something about trying to use ammonia to clean something that has copper in it. So I decided that I was going to order some actual inkjet cleaner, like inkjet printer head cleaner that is not ammonia based. So it's entire, because the website that was telling me about this was seemingly not the same website selling. Well, actually, maybe it was the website selling it. But I was like, okay. So anyways, I ordered some inkjet printer head cleaner that's not ammonia based. And it's actually designed, it's actually, I think, for professional use, but I'm sure it'll work in a Style Writer. It's actually designed so that you can fill an empty cartridge with the cleaner, run the cleaner through cleaning cycles and print test cycles, and the cleaner actually has a dye in it, so that if you are running a print test with the cleaner in the printer, you will be able to see the print test because the cleaner has a slight dye to it, but you will be able to see it print on the paper. And that might be the feature why they're calling it professional, is that it's designed such that you can run a print test with it in the printer, and you will be able to see, as in probably faint lines, but you would at least be able to see the print test with it in the printer. Sure, maybe they just got me for more than was due, but I kind of did seemingly remember from chemistry something about copper and ammonia, so I was like, well, that actually does pass muster, that ammonia affects copper. So I was like, okay, well, that part does seem to check out, and maybe they still did find a way to get money from me for a professional cleaner. But anyways, yeah, Jack says I may have bought 2,500 sheets of tractor feed paper last March, and Tosh. Yeah. Um, Mike says, I'm working on a solution to hook up an image writer to a Mac Pro. Going to use the keyspan device in cup/GhostScript running to get the Mac to the image writer. I guess you can say that's my Macintosh project. Oh, cool. Mike, you might want to. There are like two versions of the keyspan adapter. I have seen YouTubers that try to do various things with them, and they ended up having the wrong version of the adapter. So if it doesn't work, you might. Unfortunately, I wish I could remember which YouTuber it was trying to get it to work. It's like there's like a version number that like the product number ends in 29. Then I think there's one that ends in 29 US. And depending on what you're doing, I think you might need the US version. Unfortunately, it was just long ago enough when I watched the video that I'm having trouble remembering the full model number. It could be 28, not 29. So just an FYI. And if I can remember more, you can always reach out to me if you have trouble and pick my brain a little more if I can remember any more specifics on the video I was watching about the keyspan adapter and trying to hook it up and get something to work with a newer Mac. And Mike says, but everyone, please send paper or hook me up with fanfold paper, please. We'll trade a dead Mac Pro G5. Yeah. Mike says, copper and ammonia sounds unstable. Yeah. Yeah, the 28. Yep. Okay. Yeah, just FYI that there are two different. There's like a keyspan. I think they've got different chips inside of them. Because I remember this YouTuber pointing out, and was it Colin? If this does not compute, maybe he was pointing out that from the outside of the adapter, there are no apparent differences. But if you open them up, there is a different chip in both versions. So there is an actual hardware. Oh, oh, here we go. Oh, there was another thing I wanted to test. So here's the next board we're going to test. Oh, okay. Oh, good. Mike says, this is the two-headed one. I did some research earlier today. Okay, excellent. Yeah, that was my, I guess, PSA for anyone that happened to be watching and didn't realize there were two versions of the keyspan adapter. Because it's kind of one of those things that might have been lost to time. All right. All right. Before I plug this board in, okay, those are commons. All right, we have no shorts. Excellent. All right. Also, for the very observant among you, you might have already noticed it seems like this board is missing a chip. I am fully aware of the fact that it very much so appears to be missing a chip. Fortunately, I believe the RetroWeb has the BIOS archived for this board, and I'm going to go ahead and let me pull this board up. Let's see here. It's got two 8-bit ISA. It's got 5 16-bit ISA. Let's see here. There's not really a CPU socket. Oh, wait. I guess it would be a PLCC68. Because I see the CPU is soldered to the board. All right. Let's see if that is enough to find the board. Let's see here if I can remember. Let's say, is that it? AUVA computer BAM 16? A0? Yep, there it is. All right. So I'll put this in the chat in case anyone's curious. Yeah, Christian says 8086 with SIM sockets never seen before. No, it's actually 286. Bradley says 286 BIOSes are like 95% interchangeable anyways. Yes. Oh, yeah. Christian says, couldn't even spot the processor first. Soldered 286, talk about evil. Well, at least it's a 16 megahertz soldered 286, so not much upgradability at that point. All right, so I am going to download the BIOS for this from the RetroWeb. I'm going to extract it. This BIOS chip is marked even, which is going to mean it is the low BIOS. Let's see here. Given the size of the files I just downloaded, these are going to be, let's see here, 27C 256 chips, I believe, because they are 64K, so 64 times 8 is going to be, oh, that's a 512. Okay, can't math. All right. So let's select that. I am going to load the low BIOS file. All right. I'm going to pull this chip. And I'm going to make sure it matches what I just downloaded on the RetroWeb. Because if it does match, then I only need to burn a high ROM. But if it does not match, then I need to burn both ROMs. All right, so I'm going to verify. Okay, needless to say, the first half of the chip compared, but the second half is not comparing. Actually, maybe I should peel the label off the chip to confirm that I have the correct chip selected. Oh, well, okay. I was correct. It is a 27512. So I did pick the wrong vendor. I had unchecked the check ID. It's an ST 27512. But I'm pretty sure that's not going to be why it's not comparing. But I will actually do a verify. Up. I will do a verify. Nope, that is not. Okay. So, sure enough, the BIOS on the RetroWeb is a different version than the one that was on this board when I got it. And I think I can also confirm that it is missing a chip. So if you will hold on one moment while I go grab the tube of 27C512, we will burn a new set of ROMs to this board. And then I will actually be able to test the board because I think I've just proven the seller did not. I was giving the seller the benefit of the doubt that maybe they had taken one of their own ROMs and burned one from the RetroWeb and tested the board that way. But considering the version of the ROM that is on the RetroWeb is not the same as what's on this board, I think I can now say they probably did not actually test this board. So if this board does not work, then, well, I may have to use the fact that I don't think they could have tested this board. I may have to use that information to my advantage. Mike says there's another version that is a 280 that is 28XG, which I suspect is a later version. Oh, I didn't even see that one. Um, Christian was asking, didn't Harris make a 25 megahertz one? Never seen more than 12 in real life, so that's still quite fast. Eborg's saying try it as shipped. All right, we will try it as shipped. I am fairly certain that it is not going to work as shipped, but I could be surprised. Maybe I overlooked something, but I'm fairly certain. I don't think they could have tested it. All right. These are those tantalum caps that I absolutely hate. I don't trust this board. Hold, please. Maybe they rolled the BIOS into a single ROM. I am not convinced that that's the case. But anyways, all right. Because I am actually kind of a sissy when it comes to exploding tantalum caps. Yeah, I'm going to use my smart outlet to turn this board on for the first time because it's got the orange tantalum caps that I absolutely detest. And while I did test the board for shorts, well, that's not to say that a tantalum cap won't decide to short like right after I power it up. Of course, then again, it could do a delayed poppage. Yeah, all right. Let me at least grab the postcard, which I left in the Pentium Pro system, which will kind of affect me to be able to use the postcode. The reason why I don't think the ROM is rolled into one BIOS is because the RetroWeb BIOS files are haven't there's an audit at low and a half file. Christian says there's a jumper for EEPROM type, so it could indeed be an 8-bit, 8/16-bit switchable one. Weird board. I mean, it is on 512. I mean, maybe it is just a single BIOS. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. All right. Well, all right. So I'm going to power it up from a safe distance, and I'll be grabbing an ISA video card at the same time. So 3, 2, 1. Okay. Well, it complained about a video card. Maybe it is a ROM rolled into one, but now I've got more questions about the RetroWeb's presentation, not less. Why do they have a low and a high ROM file? That are 512K each. Something tells me the BIOS has been archived. Something tells me there's something wrong with the way it's been archived. Although I guess if I wanted to make a 16, well, sure enough. All right, I guess I have to apologize to the eBay seller if they're watching for doubting that they tested the board. Oh wow, this is a really weird board. I just noticed. So, I thought there were SIMs in this board because of the plastic frame around the memory. I never really looked at the memory. These are SIP sockets. Did the compare break at hex 8000? Yes, it did. The compare did break at hex 8000. Oh, is this board doing something extra funky like address 0, address 8000, address 1, address 8001, yada yada yada? That would be really that's okay. I feel bad for not testing this board during January, because if it's really doing that, if that's the way they're dealing with one ROM versus two, that's weird. But yeah, it broke at 8000. And now I'm looking at the ROM in the... Is that really what they did? If I took a pair of 27C256s... yeah. That looks... It looks like the other half of the BIOS is starting at 8000 hex. Aha. Well, anyways, it posted. It was like very slow. I'm gonna pull the turbo jumper and reset it and see if it counts memory faster. Because that was like a really slow RAM test. No, it is faster with the jumper on. All right, we'll bypass that. That is silly slow. All right, we want to run setup. Yes. 208-1991. A Oh, actually, this is a different version of the BIOS than's on the retro web. So the retro web has a BIOS post string of DAB2 1105 061390 K8. And it looks like this one is a DAR2. All right, run CMOS setup. All right, it kind of looks like they might have actually installed a new battery. So maybe the seller really did install a new battery, although that is like, that clock is like really wrong. All right. All right, I need to find a controller card. It's probably one of those times where actually, oh, I know what I should do. All right, so floppy drive, we'll leave that not installed. Let's not install that. All right. I don't know if it says anything that my Trident card has half the amount of RAM as the system board. All right, what I am going to do is take the XT IDE card out of the portable personal computer and stick it in here. I realize it's only an 8-bit card, but I know this BIOS is not going to run with a 2 GB card otherwise. This way we can at least boot into DOS. Well, that 512 has 8 bits times 64K, yeah. All right, is it actually going to... Oh, well, that... I don't think it's going to call the XTIDE BIOS. That's... Huh. I mean, I sure thought it should... All right, run CMOS setup. All right. Okay. Oh, wait, did I not plug the card in? Okay, let's try that again. Maybe I didn't get the XTIDE card plugged in all the way. Okay, we can skip that. Hmm. All right, let me find an IO controller card that has a floppy controller on it. We can at least boot the DOS and a floppy disk, although I might be able to do what I wanted. Okay, actually, this might work. Okay, so I have a controller card. Alright. Which will require me to find another IDE cable. Because that one's got a key pin. Alright, where's the IDE cables I bought the other day? Alright. Grab one of those IDE cables I bought the other day. Okay. Okay, so alright, this is going to be the last thing we try tonight. Oh. Alright, we got a controller card. Alright. Excellent. Alright. Will this BIOS actually do anything? Oh, do I even have the IDE enabled on this card? Right, it is possible that BIOS on this card requires a 386. Let me just double check real quick that I've got the IDE enabled. W15 floppies enabled. IDE W20. Yep, it's enabled. All right. Okay, let's see if it detects anything in a reasonable amount of time. Yeah. Christians, Jack and Christian have been talking about the BIOS on this board, how the BIOS chips are laid out, and Christian saying they probably connected address 0 to the high address pin of the BIOS chip in 8-bit mode and make it perform 2 reads for every read requested by the processor. Yep, that's what I was wondering. So I bet in order, if I wanted to make 2 smaller chips, I bet if I wrote the lower half to one and the upper half to the other, it, I'd have to figure out which is low and which is high, although low is probably the first half. And then I would have 2 chips and it could read them in parallel. Yeah, I think the BIOS on this card is not compatible with the 286. So I guess, all right, I guess I'm going to need to disable the BIOS, and we'll just have to be happy with booting a floppy, because I don't have a drive set up with DOS on a disk small enough for a 286 to be happy with it. So we'll just use a floppy. I'll see if it boots into DOS. I was kind of hoping to run a speed check, but, well, let me go into BIOS and all right. So floppy drive A is 1.44 megabyte. Guess I don't have a hard drive installed. That's about the only thing I can do. All right, so we'll see if it boots into DOS. I'll probably have to create a XTIDE BIOS for this board, because for some reason it's not just initializing XTIDE BIOS. Probably because this board needs me to enable the um, late configuration option in the XTIDE BIOS. Oh, but we are actually not booting from a floppy disk. Interesting. Oh, maybe there's something wrong with that controller card. I've had so many problems with these DTC controller cards. I bought 2 of them, and both of them have caused me issues. I'm not convinced that have not convinced myself there's nothing wrong with them. Either that or disk I tried to boot is not actually compatible with the 286. All right. Okay, at least it didn't hard lock. All right. Oh, apparently the boot disk I tried to boot had some sort of a 286 check in it. Because there we go. We are booting MS DOS. So this board works. I'm going to have to get a controller card. I'm going to have to find a controller card that will actually work in it. Or at least a hard drive that'll work without the BIOS on the controller card. I'm also going to have to find some 1 megabyte SIPs because I would like to put 4 megabytes on this board to use it for, well, if I'm going to put it in what I wanted to put it in. Because apparently, despite the fact that it looked like it had SIM slots, it does not. It has SIP slots. SIP slots. With little plastic guides to hold the SIPs in place. Alright, so that 286 board works. Oh, well, I guess there is one thing I could do. If you'll remember, I did get the 287 XL. I guess we could put it in and see if the board posts. Actually, well, it's got onboard diagnostics. We'll run the diagnostics that are in the BIOS and see if that'll detect the presence of the math coprocessor. So there we go. Oh, before I power this up, I will glance at the retro web page real quick. See if there was a jumper guide and see if there's a jumper for math coprocessor. Parity check. See. Jumpers are parity check, battery select, CMOS, memory, and monitor type. All right, very good. There is apparently no. All right, there's apparently no math coprocessor jumper. Accessing SIP because cost savings. I guess, or maybe Sims weren't available yet. All right, let's see here. Keyboard, video. Oh, well, that's an annoying diagnostics. That's huh. I guess that diagnostic was before they added math coprocessor support to it. On CMOS setup, was there a? Oh, okay. Well, the BIOS sees that there's a numeric processor installed. That's good. All right. Well, I guess we'll write CMOS and exit. And Jack says that must have been a headache for anyone that wanted to upgrade their RAM. Well, I mean, in all reality, I could make some SIPs out of Sims by taking some turned pin headers and soldering them to the pins of the Sim, and that would probably work. And that might be what I have to do because SIPs kind of go for a lot because I guess they didn't have that long lasting ability in the marketplace. Bradley says you can just install sim sockets into the motherboard. I could, but that's 120 pins of desoldering, and part of me doesn't want to desolder something that's working because that always risks damaging the board. But yes, I could replace the SIP sockets with sim sockets. Yes, totally could. And that may be what I do instead of trying to solder turned pin headers on the Sims. Bradley says the sockets often fit into the headers, but it's suboptimal. All right, well, I guess the math coprocessor works. It was detected by the BIOS. I don't have a disk I can boot on this that has Checkit installed to run the math coprocessor test, but this board is seemingly happy with the math coprocessor, so that's good. I guess the only other math coprocessor I haven't been able to test is this one here. And well, it came from a seller that I trust enough that will hold this one for Thursday. It's a seller I've bought from before, so I'm inclined to believe they actually tested it. So anyways, all right, so I think that draws the stream to an end. I've done everything I can. We didn't test everything I bought on eBay, but hey, we had some Wheel of Regrets. We got the 1 megabyte cache Pentium Pro processor working. We've tested a few other motherboards, one of which didn't work. So good thing I tested that because there is a return period. And this motherboard did work, despite the fact I thought it was missing a ROM chip. Turns out, well, it actually does work. So anyways, let me... all right. Anyways, I want to... well, I'm just going to put those two ROM chips in my erase pile. Anyways, don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe, and turn on notifications so you know when I go live next. So, Thursday, Jack says, I don't think I've ever heard Justin swear, but soldering pin headers to Sims might be a good stress test of that. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm afraid of. That's going to be fiddly. So, anyways, yeah. Let's see. Thursday, we're going to have the portable personal computer back on the bench because I've got an item that Tom Barber sent me for the cost of shipping, but there are some parts I'm going to pick up tomorrow, or I guess later today, looking at the clock, that I found on Facebook Marketplace. So, not going to say exactly what those parts are, but we'll just say that it's some parts that I'm willing to drive over 2 hours one direction to go pick up. And we'll take a look at that Thursday. So let's see here. Yeah, don't forget to smash the like button, subscribe, and turn on notifications so you know when I go live next. I will check my DMs later, Jeremy. And with that, I am going to, because I am quickly getting tired and wanting to go to bed, I am going to wish you all a great rest of your day. Thanks for hanging out in the chat, being cool, all the great commentary and suggestions. And with that, I'm going to, let's see, make sure I've got the correct thing to click. So I'm going to wish you all a great rest of your day. Take care and God bless. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.